good morning, and welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show. You are with Stefan Winterboer for the next couple of hours, and Jamala has absolutely not disappointed again this morning, opening up the show with an elephant bonanza, which is so epic. This is a live show that is also interactive. Live meaning this is all happening right now in front of this webcam in Jamala or at Jamala's Pan in Madikwe in South Africa. And interactive because you can send through your questions and your comments. You can send through any suggestions or anything like that. Um, you are welcome to do that. If you don't know how, you send yourself over to the WildEarth website and you register and you follow the prompts, and you should be able to ask us some questions from there. So looking forward to hearing from you. Absolutely, it makes the show a lot better when we do hear from you. And so feel free to send those comments through. Now, what we've got here at the pan, it looks like a bachelor herd of elephant. This is pretty atypical for Jamala. Usually we see breeding herds, so females with babies. But what we've got here looks to be a small herd of males, all accompanying this big guy, sort of just left of the freshwater seep. Perhaps the two older bull elephants. But we'll get into that in a bit, because what we do have ready for you now is a summary of the weather we can expect at the different camera locations today. So you see there, with the exception of a little bit of cloud in some places, we've got a pretty sunny day, and temperatures not too extravagant, to be honest with you. There's one or two places touching the 40s. That's sort of the 100-degree Fahrenheit mark. And for this time of the year, that's quite cool. So, we're not looking at massively hot temperatures through today, which means that we probably, with the clear skies we're seeing, we're probably going to see a procession of animals through the water today. But probably not as massive as what we saw yesterday or the day before, which is fine. It gives us time to actually sit and look and talk about things. Mac Ganja, you were the first one to send in a comment this morning. Congratulations. And you've just greeted everyone. So good morning to you as well. And obviously then, by extension, the rest of our community at the moment. You can see these Ellies. The three on the right, they're having a drink at the freshwater inlet. I think that this big guy standing on his own, he's either finished drinking or he's just waiting his turn. It's difficult from this point of view to actually see exactly how big he is. Right at the back there, he's giving himself a bit of a mud bath, spraying down his skin, cooling it down in the process, but also giving it a layer of protective mud, which just keeps him insulated and cool. And in this time of the year, why that's beneficial is because it allows these elephant to be active for much longer during the day than what would otherwise um, be possible. A big animal like us, without those big radiator ears that they've got and the ability to wet themselves like they're doing now, or let's say the imagination to wet themselves like they're doing now, would have to be in the shade for most of the day, and they wouldn't be able to necessarily get enough food that way. So this is 100% needed. Mac Turner, you've asked a question that's quite interesting. It's the first time I've been asked this one. You've asked, do elephant bulls recognize their brothers and sisters once they leave the natal herd, their birthed herd? Um, I would say yes. I mean, elephants are really governed by their smell, or their ability to smell, and the memories that they have based on those smells. And I would imagine that being a contact species like they are, being in such close knit family groups like they are for such a long period of time before elephant bulls leave their natal herd, which happens at around 18 to 21 years old. Um, I would imagine, yes, it's very similar to humans. You can recognize your brothers and sisters, and it's going to be mainly governed by smell. Humans can't do that. Obviously, we've lost our ability to smell our brother and our sister. So, we rely on other cues to do that. But I would imagine that elephant don't need any of that stuff and would absolutely recognize it. Would there be a bond there? I don't know. I don't think so. You don't see old elephant of around about the same age hanging around with one another. Um, and sometimes male elephant can range really, really far from the natal ranges of their herds. Is it possible for a youngster from a mom many years from one another to team up when his brother's a bit older? Why not? Why not? But it's not something that I know of that's happened or that I've seen any studies on for sure. So just in case any of your newer viewers out there missed the point of a bachelor herd, and what we're looking at here, why it's unusual is we usually see elephant herds at Jamala. We don't usually see bachelor herds. A bachelor herd is not a formal sort of established herd like a buffalo herd would be or a zebra herd would be. They are groups of bull elephant that come together for slightly different purposes. It's all coincidental, and they don't last very long, or they don't necessarily last very long. They're ephemeral, and made up of what is usually an older bull elephant and a couple of younger bull elephants. They are called his askaris. And what happens is that young bull elephant that have just left the herd, we're assuming, join up with these old bulls to gain more experience and to just learn how to be on their own. Obviously, not welcome around their natal herds anymore. They move on, and that's necessary. Otherwise, when they're adults, they'll mate with their own mothers and sisters, which is not ideal. And they need to wander for a few years. And so, what they do is they team up with these older bulls who are not breeding bulls anymore. They're past their prime, and they're just wandering out their days. And the older bulls enjoy the companionship and the vigilance of the younger bulls. So it helps them from a safety or helps him from a safety point of view. So you got wisdom and knowledge and experience being gained by the youngsters, and you've got vigilance and companionship gained from the gained by the older elephant. And so these associations, these breeding herds, are beneficial to both animals, both age groups of elephant. Um, and so this is what I think we're looking at here. We're looking at two quite old elephant and two much younger elephant. Tough to say though, this is obviously a static camera over one single point in Madika. We don't follow these elephant from this place, and so I don't know what's going on. It's just my assumption based on what I'm observing.
Hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
Now, WildEarth's mission is to reconnect all of us with nature, and I think they do a fantastic job of it. I personally quite enjoy sitting in my office here in the Western Cape and looking at elephants at Jamala and all our other webcams. But if you want to help the cause, you are welcome to please donate on our webpage. So you just follow the prompt for donate on the webpage, and you'd be helping the cause quite a lot. My obligatory morning attack of hay fever as I start the show is in full swing at the moment. It is the most unbelievable phenomenon. I had it in, oh, here's something. Oh, it's another elephant and some warthog. So that's what we were seeing. We were seeing an elephant herd coming and the elephants reacting to it. So that's what we heard or saw. We saw the little puff of dust. We saw the elephants reacting to something coming. And then, I don't know, what's 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes maybe later, he had this small breeding herd of elephant arrive. You can see just, when we talk about elephants being able to hear massive distances in the bush or smell, depending on the wind direction, how far these male elephants reacted to this female and her two calves. I think that's incredible. I definitely think this is a lone female with her two calves. We also saw some warthog coming in. They sort of directly opposite the elephants on the left on the far bank, coming in for a drink. I think these elephant, there's some impala as well. I think these new elephant are going to come and drink from either this island that tends to be the place to be, or from this high bank. And I think it's because the water settles out here. Let's see what she does. Just taps the, yeah, she just takes the top of the water, cleaning it out. There you go. See how she doesn't stick her trunk very deep at all. She's just touching the tip to the cleanest water. She knows that she won't get anywhere close to the freshwater outlet with those bull elephant around. They won't allow her there. So she has to make do with what she can get, as is her little baby, which you can see on the back. It'll still be drinking milk, so it doesn't really need the water, but will drink it when it can. Such a great sighting, actually. I'll tell you, you just sent in a comment to just say one word which sums it all up. Magnificent. Couldn't agree with you more. Now, when they first run up, and you can see that they're quite frantic to get to the water and have a very cooling drink. You can see that she's more thirsty than she is hot. So elephants will do one of two things on a hot day. They either run in and have a drink like she did, or they run in and splash themselves cool if they're overheating. She came in and had a drink straight off the cuff. But as I was saying, I don't actually know how much clean water is left in this pan. It looks to be a lot. It's tough to say when these Ellies turn this thing into a mud milkshake. Relatively old female in good condition with two babies. Look healthy. What a great mom. Howard, you just commented on the new position of this camera, Jamala, and said that the view is much higher and you see more. I couldn't agree with you more. We got a bird's eye view rather than a cat eye view or a human eye view. Um, and I, for one, quite enjoy the top down view. It does add a small perspective issue, and you can't really see how big these elephants are. But we have other cameras at other locations that are much lower, and like Africa Maldonio, for instance, or at Cat Pan, you can actually see like how big these animals are. So, frankly, I quite enjoy Jamala having this much higher view. It allows us to see the whole pan and to zoom into any animal that's drinking around the circumference. And of course, we weren't able to do that all the time. We missed a lot of action because of animals standing in front of us, basically. And so I've really enjoyed this over the weekend. First time I noticed it, I think, was on Saturday morning. Some zebra coming down. Yesterday there was about 30 or 40 zebra here, and they got chased around by the elephant probably for about half an hour. They didn't manage to get a single drink before being chased left and right. This isn't as many zebra, but you can see that thankfully they're able to come down and will probably be unmolested. I don't know where those warthog have gone. They may be swimming off on the left-hand side. And we'll see how long this island stays unoccupied for today. Lots of animals came through and walked onto the island and sort of claimed it as theirs. Right, we've just been asked a question about how old, what's my criteria for judging the age of the elephant? So Canva's asked us that. And Canva, it basically is just an educated guess. There's no real accurate way of knowing what or how old these elephants are without a vet, a professional giving their opinion, without knowing the animal, so when it was born. Or without looking at its teeth and how many of the molars are through, and that'll give you an approximation as well. So, from just a casual observer like we are now, it really just is a guess. So I just want to, prefix what I say when I answer that question. But usually, when you look at a baby and you, if you can see tusks, it's older than 1 year. So there's a generalization there that this little one that's coming through here now. Gosh, we've been joined by a whole nother herd. All right, it makes answering this question easier, that's for sure. So when you have a look at a baby and you can't see any tusks, it's younger than a year. Their milk tusks come through and then are replaced by their adult teeth, which only start to show after a year. Then it becomes a guessing game, based mainly on size against the mom, but of course you get some babies that grow big fast, and you get others, you get other moms that are small. Gosh, look at all these Ellies coming in on the game path at the back there. Alrighty, so Jamal Pan, just living up to reputation, is just being elephant heaven. Gosh, I just had a horse walk past my door and thought it was an elephant for a second. Good luck. One of the two horses that live with me. All right, so back to that question. So it becomes a bit of a guess job, and you're looking at approximations. But a young bull elephant will leave the herd sort of 18 to 21 and join a bachelor herd, so older males, and will become solitary from around about 35. So from 18 to 35 around about, and it's obviously different on a case-by-case basis, but male elephant will be with older elephant bulls and together, generally. Then you're going to get elephant bulls on their own. These are these big prime bulls which sort of march from herd to herd and compete with other males for mating rights over females, and that lasts until they're about 45. After which they don't follow the herds around anymore and are quite often engaged with younger bull elephants. So sort of 45 plus, they're engaged with younger bull elephants. And then you can notice an elephant bull that's over 50. They just look old and, they just look older. And their skulls are really big and their skin is saggy and wrinkly. You can just see it. So that's males. But we'll carry on with that in a little bit.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Now, obviously, all these elephants also answered my question about how much drinking water there is available. There's obviously enough. You can see the elephant on the far side there definitely not having a problem sucking up enough fresh water. But the competition around the fresh water spout here is still immense. And that's why we're hearing all the trumpets. And that when a scarce resource like clean water is the only thing going, elephants will actually become quite aggressive with one another. And it's not uncommon for elephant to take out their frustrations not only on each other, but on other species as well. Buffalo, rhino, even humans. You can imagine it's hard. It's hard to live out here, and sometimes you have to channel those frustrations someplace else. This little young Ellie. At this age, they're super cute. Whatever age that is, looks like 2 to 5 years old. Alrighty. Jamal is not the only camera that we have around. We also have Okukuyo going crazy this morning. So why don't we go and have a look at what's happening there? Goodness me, what a massive surprise. Seeing so many elephants at Okukuyo is actually quite unusual, especially this time of the day. Gosh, the whole skirmish line. 2, maybe 3 herds of elephant. Wonderful. All wading out into the pan to get the freshest, coolest water possible. Wow. Some kudu there in the background coming in. And of course the springbuck. All over the place. Picasso, you've asked me a question. How many gates does an elephant have? Picasso, great question. Is random, man. What made you think of that? But anyway, um, so an elephant. Let me think about this. An elephant has obviously a walk. It has a crawl. We see them on their ankles and on their knees. So let's start with that. It has a crawl. It has a walk. It has like an elephant shuffle, which is like their version of trot, I suppose. And then it has a faster shuffle, change their gait. Um, I'm going to say two. I'm going to say they've got a crawl and they've got a walk, and that walk just changes speed depending on what they do. They don't really move into a full run. Right, we had some problems with the feed, so coming to you from these live locations in the middle of some of the most remote places in Africa, we do get gremlins every now and again freeze the video, whatever problem it is, and we have to jump across. So we just came back to Madikwe and Jamala while our technicians figure out the issue if they can. And now I see there's some elephant on this island, and there's some elephant in the mud wallow here on the right hand side. That's a place where we're seeing a lot of ellies enjoy a swim and a sand bath, in actual fact. But you can see that big group of ellies. It's their turn around the fresh water. They having their turn and will jostle around. The other ellies here must just make do. That big guy on the far beach, basically spraying himself and half of Madikwe with mud. So, Picasso, to answer your question then, ellies have got two gates, but it's open for discussion. I mean, obviously, that's just me. They've got a crawl, which doesn't get them very far, very fast at all. And then they've got a run or walk, which just changes speed. They don't really change gait. I hope that answered your question. Look at this ellie that just went straight down onto its side here in the mud wallow. Basically just walked in and flopped over. We're seeing such stuff that, I've been a field guide for many years, like more than 2 decades. And often from vehicles on foot, you're watching elephant. I mean, they're fantastic animals to watch. But, and I can say this categorically, you won't get sightings of the quality that we have with these cameras from a vehicle. Elephants just are not that comfortable around a car. And you won't get ellies lying like this one down is doing now, or like what you saw yesterday, two youngsters lying on this beach in front of us, busy giving themselves a sand bath and just playing in the sand. They just won't do it. And so these cameras afford us such a great opportunity to witness elephant behavior like you wouldn't ever see before. That's the marvel of modern technology. So I'm told that there's a couple of very soft trumpets with a loud one every now and again coming from these ellies. Could be any number of elephants here, but it's most probably the elephants that are around this water. That, or it's a weaning squeal from one of the younger ellies not getting the milk that he wants to from mom. They protest very loudly at that. So Picasso, you might see an elephant crawling now. You'll watch this youngster put his face on the floor and then use his knees. There you go. So you'll see what I mean about the crawl if you haven't seen it before. Usually when an elephant can't get up easily, they'll go on their knees, put their head on the floor, go on their ankles as well. or their wrists at least anyway, not their ankles, their wrists and their knees, and crawl out of a place. And surprisingly, they look so cumbersome doing it, but they actually incredible. I've got both of the horses that live outside my room eating now right in my doorway, filling my office with the most magnificent aroma of horse grass, horse sweat, breath. Look at this little baby trying to get out there. So this one just blocking our view of him slightly. So Picasso, what's that youngster that's trying to get out there next to the freshwater inlet? The Ellie's on the right hand side. The baby, the small baby on the right. You'll see. Oh gosh, there's a tiny baby approaching the middle of the screen as well. Behind that female that's sort of in the center now. A tiny baby. Tiny little guy. So they're all just trying to get there enough fresh water. Like I said, resources become poor and then competition increases. I mean, it's basically a law of nature, I suppose, at this point. And the interaction we're seeing out here at Jamala is no different. And the reason being is that it hasn't started raining in the book yet. And so there's not that much surface water lying around, and even less clean surface water lying around.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
that elephant at the on the right hand side at the top, that tiny little baby. Just have a look there. Look at this one with his bum in the air now. The one closest to us. This little guy, he's not getting enough of the water. I would imagine that there's a couple of screams and squeals going on as well, like they're jostling around the fish. There's just too many elephants around one spout. True to form, this particular camera location at this time of the year, there's just so much going on. You're actually missing stuff. You're not able to focus on any one thing. Too much going on. And just more and more and more elephants arriving all the time. So it happened yesterday as well. Upwards of, like I said, 150 to 200 elephant through Jamala yesterday. So this little elephant calf doesn't need to drink. It's still drinking mom's milk. I know that she probably wants a drink, but let's see if she takes him for a swim first. It looks like he could probably do with a bit of a mud bath. He doesn't need to be in the fray there around this water inlet. Interestingly, seeing the competition around this water inlet brings back such nice memories from the time I spent in Savuti, which is in Botswana. I was on an overland trip camping through the country, and the first time I'd ever been there. And there's just bull elephants there. There's no herds, and dozens of them. And they got these freshwater spouts around these cribs. And gosh, the competition for fresh water at these places is just mental. So watch that bull elephant sniffing this female's urine, sort of like a CV. And they're able to judge hormonal status and who knows what else just by testing the urine. She's obviously got a tiny calf with her and wouldn't be receptive now. She's not ready just yet, but nevertheless, these bull elephants are quite insistent. He may even lift the smell up to his mouth and puff the smell. There you go. So what he's doing there is he's puffing the smell onto glands in the roof of his mouth, which flare open, and he's able to. It's an insanely powerful sense of smell, for lack of a better description. Sort of hardwired right into the brain, and said, who knows what else other than hormone status he's able to gauge from that. Naomi, you want to know if males and females fight each other with their tusks? Yes, they do. But it's not for the same things that male on male do, Naomi. So females will fight males off of places. So, like an old female elephant will push younger males around if food or water are pretty scarce. But there's no real competition. A male elephant is just so much bigger than females. You can have a look at that. He's not even a very big male, and he's already standing about a quarter bigger than most of the other females around. And so, it makes no sense for a female to put herself into a fisticuff with a male elephant unless she's trying to make a point and is disciplining him. So you do find female elephants and male elephants having a bit of a punch up. It usually doesn't last very long at all. But the true fights are when two bull elephant go at one another. When two bull elephants of the same size, in must, and with a receptive female around. That's when you see the big fights happening, and it can be terrifying. They flatten trees. They can fight for hours. Yeah, it's just it's an incredible sight to witness. See that elephant there crawling out of the pan? You'll see there. Picasso, give you an idea of what I'm talking about, using her head as an anchor. I don't know why you are crawling out there. There's so many easier places to go. But like a human would battle to get up there. Let's see if she actually makes it. Sometimes elephants, as clever as they are, they don't have any common sense. But look at what that elephant crawled up there. Look at that. And elephants will get into those rocks in the mountains behind us. They'll climb in there, just doing exactly the same thing. They are unbelievable when it comes down to how the places they can climb. So still some trumpeting going on and some birds calling in the background as well. So all in all, quite an active assault on your senses. Too many things to hear, too many things to look at. But we aren't complaining. Like I said yesterday, this will change once the first rains fall, and we'll be longing for groups of elephant. Let me tell you that. I'll probably be longing for anything. Look at this little Ellie here with his stumpy tail. I've got a feeling that we've seen this elephant before. We noticed them with a stumpy tail. These Ellies with a stumpy tail. We noticed them, or it. I wonder if it's the same one. Could possibly be. Why not? Just having a proper swim. They love swimming in this area of the. There's just one other place where it's deep enough for them to sort of almost submerge all the way, like this one's doing. That's so cool. Picasso, you're asking me all the difficult questions today. Well done. Um, I don't know if you're quite wanting to catch me out to this or not. What would be the normal range of blood pressure for an elephant? Picasso, I'm definitely not a vet. I'm not trained as one. I've never been a vet, and I'm not a scientist like that. I'm a field guide who specializes in interpreting animal behavior for the pleasure and entertainment and education of tourists for the most part to South Africa and other African countries. So I don't know the answer to your question, Picasso, but I have got a very inquiring mind, firstly. And secondly, we do belong to a community of people that is made up of the most diverse people that you can think of. And so, firstly, I'm going to call to action with our community of people out there. If anyone there knows what the range of blood pressure is for an elephant, please send it in so that we can all learn from Picasso's question. And then, secondly, I'm going to see if I can find something to share with you quickly before we start getting too much for our team in Johannesburg to deal with. So let me see what I can find, and I'll get back to you in 1 second. Enjoy the videos now without me speaking for a while. Probably Picasso's motive there is to get me busy researching so I don't drone on. While I'm busy surfing through the mush on the internet to see if I can answer Picasso's question. Just been told that there's a low rumbling noise that the elephants are making, and that you can hear that noise. Isn't it just amazing the very different sound effects that these ellies can make, right? From trumpets and screams to these low grumbles, and there's even like a low belly rumble that they do as well. What's this guy with a stumpy tail doing? Are you getting cross at that bank? Do you want to take out your frustrations on the bank? Go right ahead. I'm just wanting to make more mud. Not that this place needs more, but anyway, that's what they're doing. So not sure if that answered your question there, Picasso, but definitely is some values for you to work and use for your own endeavors. This little illy that's coming across this little mud puddle here, you can see how deep they actually go. They go right down to their bellies. And in fact, deeper than that, we were watching male elephant the other day go down with their front legs, pretty much all 6, 7 feet of their front legs into mud. And they were lying on their bellies in the mud, in actual fact. And they managed to get out by sitting down and pulling their front, which didn't seem to be stuck much in the mud at all. You think about how stuck our legs get in mud. Elephants don't seem to have the same problem at all. Can deal with very deep mud. That island, as you were just mentioning, seems to be the center of some competition with elephant. They love standing on that island and basically doing their thing. Male elephants that have dominated that island have even stopped other elephant from joining in. Crazy as that sounds, but that's what they seem to be doing. So many elephant. There we've got another sounder of warthog. Just classic. The one we go into them having a bath, they tend to love getting their butts full of mud. What's that one? I'm so glad we got that. I don't know. You got to take your laughs when you get them, right? And these little guys definitely do provide me with some humor. That's for sure. This little guy, he still wants to go and get his size. Not quite finished with his mud bath just yet. Needs some more. Mom then taking what is actually a very large litter. It could be two moms actually. Two moms with two litters. These moms will all be pregnant very soon. What they're going to be doing is looking for some cavities in aardvark mounds and banks on dry riverbeds. Look at these little ones. They make sure that the whole backside is covered in mud. Gosh, they can have a swim, mate. And then usually go and find a convenient rock to have a proper scratch on. There you go. Watch this. Mom coming down. More elephant. No, Ellie not having any of this. Gosh, they can be spiteful around the water, these Ellies. Though. A young bull just coming out of the bush on his own. You can see that tremendously well worn game path there, which should lead into the wilderness and will fan out. If you were up in a helicopter, they would look like a big fan, with the base of the fan being the water and the fan spreading out then through divergent paths and eventually disappearing as animals just split and go their ways to their different feeding grounds. And are wonderful things to walk on. They're quiet. Obviously, you encounter lots of animals. Those warthog are now coming back. You can see they haven't quite finished their scratch. They've got a scratching post there. Weren't going to be deterred by that male elephant for very long, luckily. Gosh, excuse me, I didn't mute myself and you were hearing me typing on my keyboard there. It's very rude of me. A lot goes into the behind the scenes management of these shows. And so I do apologize for that. But look at those warthogs. They straight back to giving themselves a mud bath. I would have thought that they actually would have had enough, but they obviously didn't. And then you got them having the best swim ever again. I love watching warthog swim. Picasso, you sent in your comments. Thanks, Steph. Thanks a million. It's a pleasure, Picasso. There's no, we're always learning. What I did learn about some of that research was that elephants tend to have a very high or higher than average blood pressure, higher than humans at least anyway, and that this can cause some problems in elephants that lie down. And why that's significant is when you're transporting elephant, um, you have to sedate them. And when they're being sedated, they're lying on their sides. And it's one of those things that one of the studies I was dealing with was talking about was sedated elephant blood pressure goes up, and particularly if there has been some stress in the capture process. And so I suppose it's just the type of data and information that scientists and veterinarians use in order to make the movement and working with these animals safer. And so there's no such thing as a bad question there, Picasso. You're welcome, and we can all learn from these types of things. So it's all good. Have a look at that little warthog there. Oh, that female, she just finished giving herself a scratch. We got two impala that have now walked in as well, and something running in the background there. Tiny. Oh, it's a guinea fowl. It looks like a helmeted guinea fowl. It's a type of bird. Those warthog are just having their best life. And we can also see this little Ellie on the left hand side as well, also having a bit of a sand bath, not a mud bath. We've seen particularly young elephant love to just roll around on these banks and cover themselves in sand. And that is, this little guy is just no different. You can see him busy tusking out the sand. Boom. Gosh, they're cute. They are lovely. Eh? And we'll now carry on with their day and their feeding. You can see that large tree in the background has, yesterday had a herd underneath it all the time. Today we've just got a big bull that's busy resting up in the shade there. In spite of the fact that they've got some ability to cool down, I think these elephants still get very hot standing in the open like this.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Now, watching elephants stand around, especially big elephants like that one standing under the tree on the left hand side top, you might wonder if elephants lie down and sleep. And they do, actually. They do lie down and sleep, but they can also doze on their feet. So you often will see elephants doing just what these ones are doing here in the foreground, where they just stand almost motionless and will rest up for a couple of minutes and then become active again. So it's I don't know how deep they go into type of sleep, but definitely you can see that their activity, their physical activity, reduces to virtually nothing. Oh, cute! Look at this little baby just sitting underneath mom's shade. Oh, shame, man. That is tiny. Stop moving around, mom. You're making the shade move. I'm busy watching what is probably two herd of elephant, just enjoying the mud and the water around Jamala in Madekwe. And center screen is a tiny little baby. He's just using mom's leg as a bit of a butt scratcher there, a loofah. He's also just standing between mom's legs to get out of the sun and in the shade. She's a young calf. A young cow. She definitely isn't very old. I would imagine that this is probably her first baby. And you can see that little one's got a scratch on his foot that he's desperately trying to scratch with his other one. Only a couple of weeks to a couple of months old. That baby's not much older than that. Got a bit of a bird party singing behind me as well. Yeah, there's a warthog coming trotting back out of the grass. Obviously, decided that where they were heading to wasn't cool anymore. Here comes an elephant down this game path, top right. Behind me, the bird that you're hearing cheeping was an apellis. Lives in the thicket that's outside my office and pretty much chats most of the day. Have a look at this big bull coming down the game path, striding in. You'll probably see him start to shake his head at some point. They have this weird way of walking and bouncing their head. There he goes. See him bouncing his head? He's almost coming running in. So what's he going to do? Is he going to drink first or is he going to cool himself down? Is he going to be thirsty or hot? One thing I can tell you is that the competition around this fresh water spout is going to be fierce. And so he'll either come barging his way in here or he'll take the easy route and go around the back end of the pan, cool himself down, maybe have a mouthful or two, and then come and barge in. But let's see. It's all a bit of a waiting game. Who knows? It's exciting, nevertheless. Watch him bouncing his head. It's like, just look at me, I'm coming. Yes. He looks like he's only got one tusk. The other male behind the tree, they're reacting to him. They would have been talking from out of eye shot. So these elephants all know that he's coming. He would have been chatting to them non-stop, low frequency noises that we couldn't hear. All right, he's chosen the calm way of approaching. No, just when you think, just when you think you know what elephant are going to do, they just surprise you and do their own thing. Very much their own animals. Let's see what he's going to do here. It's not a very big bull, but he's bigger than everyone else here, nevertheless. So let's see. This female, she's not taking any of it. See if she manages to stop him. These other ones are also reacting to him. You might hear some trumpets. No, he is coming straight in for the fresh water. Let's see what he does. He pushes everyone out the way. There he goes. Just straight into the water. Doesn't care. A thirsty boy then. Another herd of elephant that came in from the game path left of the tree. That first mouthful of water must be so fantastic. Dry times of the year like this, they'll only be drinking once a day. And so I think this water is just delicious. That big Ellie at the back under the tree seems to be scratching himself or stretching out. This youngster sort of left of center is now nursing. You can see him suckling on his mom, or trying to at least anyway. Don't think he's having much luck. Baby on the right is going to go for a swim. Again, too many things to look at. Do we stick with the baby nursing, or do we go and watch the swim? Helen, you've made a very accurate observation in that we don't often see predators stalking the waterhole. Um, so, Helen, in fact, I agree with you. This year, some years, lions particularly will set up their prides next to these waterholes that are busy drying up and will hunt everything that comes down to it, including in some cases elephant. Um, but this year, I don't know what the reason is, but we're not seeing those lions coming down and setting up shop next to these waterholes. In fact, the only predator that I've seen around the waterholes been, and we've had lions around Cat Pan. Couldn't see them, but we knew they were there because there were a lot of vultures, and we were told they'd made a kill the night before. Um, Other than that, we just get our general sort of traffic. So predators, particularly the nocturnal predators, lion and leopard, hyena, coming down to the water at nighttime, but not during the day. And so, yeah, Helen, great observation. Just one of those things to file, is in like not having a clear answer. Every single season that comes brings some small little nuance that didn't happen the year before. And so it also makes, generalizations like I had made in the beginning of the dry season so dangerous from a prediction point of view, because while that is normally the case and the theory remains sound, um, why wouldn't lion come and lie up next to a pan in the shade of a tree and just wait for their prey to come to them because they must drink? And with permanent water sources being few and far between, there's enough water for the lions to lie up, for each pride to lie up. So, but this year is something different. We're not seeing that. And is it because there's too many permanent water holes, and that the lions are doing that, but just not at the water holes we have cameras at? Is that a possible reason? Is there some other, is there a superabundance of prey items throughout the reserve, and lions don't need to do that? So yeah, there can be a lot of reasons why that is. We'd have to go and speak to the older doyens, the trackers and the guides who've been working for decades in Madikwe, to hear what they have to say about it. And then at the end of the day, make up your own mind. This little Ellie on the far right, he is having a proper swim. His family have decided they've finished. He must come. Looks like he probably could have been swimming for the next half an hour. There's another enormous elephant coming down the game path in the distance. I mean, he just dwarfs everyone else here. Gosh.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Elephant swimming on the right hand side and splashing. Zebra. We've got these two big boys coming in. They obviously coming straight in for a drink, not cooling down. One at the back seems like the biggest guy. We'll see now when they're closer, but you can see how much they dwarf these females. And see what I mean about how big their relative size is. Don't be such a bully to the babies. That female just it's a little baby just following this male. Obviously he thinks it's his mom, but he's gotten a bit lost. Gosh, it's a tiny baby. No, dude, you don't want to go there. He'll stand on you. Straight to the freshwater. Everyone just made space for him. Like, super cool. While we chat about this, we're going to be joined by our Africam's cameras in a minute or so, which is really cool because it just adds just even more cameras for us to have a look at today. So we're going to be playing a short intro to that. So yeah, we'll be playing a short intro to us marking the fact that Africam cameras join us at 12 Central Africa time. And will give us even more cameras and textures to have a look at. So I'm quite excited because it means the rest of the show is going to have a few more feeds in it. Not that we've been bored whatsoever. Jamala has proven once again to be massively entertaining. And then let's not forget that for the short while we didn't have gremlins at Okakweo, we saw a number of elephant swimming inside the pan. And so it definitely has had its moment to shine. Right, here we go. Like that, we have moved from South Africa into Kenya and from Madikwe into Old Donyo. And isn't that just great? Right off the bat, we've got two significant things to share with you. We've got the Maasai giraffe, the three Maasai giraffe, and then that back giraffe. Watch what he's approaching there in the background. Looks like a cloud with a conical top. And that is Mount Kilimanjaro. So a clear enough day that Mount Kilimanjaro is busy showing us her top. Usually it is shrouded in cloud. You can't see anything. And today we've got her sticking her face out with her glaciers on top. The world's tallest freestanding mountain. Old extinct volcano. And making it significant the fact that it's the world's tallest freestanding mountain on the equator. And so it has snow and glaciers at the top, being 5,800 could be 5,800 feet, right? It can't be 5,800 meters, but let me just double check. No, 5,890 meters. So it was meters. Not sure what that is in feet. 19,340 feet. There you go. I don't see it that often, so for me, it's a special thing. And is a major tourist attraction in this area for adventure tourists. They go and climb up it, a series of days, summiting at sunrise, and is on the bucket list for a lot of people. Come and do a Mount Kilimanjaro and African safari. So cool to see. What's also cool is the fact that these giraffes look so epic when they drink. It looks awkward and uncomfortable, but I don't know of another animal that drinks like this, barring a baboon. You sometimes see baboons spread their front paws or front feet out of arms out and also go down, look pretty weird, stretching their neck out like this. Camels, they also drink like this. Seems like lots of giraffe. It also thickened up quite nicely. This is a camera that we come to frequently, but with different naturalists, and so I haven't had a chance to study the bush around Aldonia for some time. But noticeably for me, I've noticed the bush has thickened up. Also, the grass coming through the rocks in the foreground has also gotten bigger, and so definitely the season is changing. Their long dry season is coming to an end now, so I'm assuming that we're getting rain from time to time, and the clear enough skies that we can see Kilimanjaro are testimony to that. So nice to see. Not that many animals around here today. It's actually the peak just next to Kilimanjaro, the one on the left hand side now. And then the main peak is behind this giraffe sitting in the center of the screen, just under her. Giraffe. When they do that, they always look up and shake their lips like that, which makes water sort of cascade out in a arc. Like so many photographs, different backgrounds, rainbows in the background, thunder showers in the background, other animals in the background, and then these arcs of water backlit, lit from the side. It really does make for a photographer's delight, that particular trait. Trying to capture sunlight refracted in those water drops. You'll see what I'm talking about now. So he'll drink. This is a male giraffe. Females do it as well, but the males do it a bit more spectacularly. When he's finished, he stands up and then he'll shake his face, and you'll see all the water coming off of it. For those quick on the screenshots, you might be able to get one or two. Get ready. As you can see, sprays water out all over the place. It's just mad. She's a beautifully pale giraffe, blonde giraffe. They get darker as they get older, but you do get some giraffe that are just born dark. I said it's a brunette or a blonde giraffe. You can decide which ones you like best. Aldonio not disappointing with its usual array of zebra and Patterson's eland and fringe-eared oryx. Right now we've got what looks to be quite a nice sized zebra herd coming in. We counted up to 30 in a single herd. Usually there's anywhere sort of between 13 and 20. Interesting to see how many are here. 13. Julie, thank you for your comment. Good morning to you. And it's an absolute pleasure guiding you this morning. It's lovely being on the show and then knowing that we've got some friendly and viewers that have been with us for a long time watching the show. It's really great. For the newer viewers, we've got a great community of people that love WildEarth. And so you are part of it. If you are watching the show with any sort of regularity, you're part of the family. So welcome aboard. It's a great group of people. And we've all been doing this for many, many, many years, observing animals and learning from one another. So you see these oryx that have come in. These are fringe-eared oryx. And although fairly common here at Aldonio, are definitely not a common oryx species. They occur just in this part of Kenya and in quite some numbers here, in fact. Then you get a southern oryx, which is the oryx that we see around the pans at Okakoya in Namibia.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
These contrasting colors quite often confound the human eye. You can see that these zebra, you can imagine at night time when these zebra doing what they're doing now, moving past one another, sliding at different distances past one another. It's quite difficult to pick out a single one. These safety in numbers. Of course, zebra and these oryx are at the perfect size for lion. They specialize in this type of prey range, weight and size range, I talk about. Quick drink, and then off to find some grass, leaving the pool open for the oryx to come down. I love their demeanor, these oryx. They soft antelope. And again, I'm struck by the lack of scars on these zebra. These oryx coming down. You can see those distinct fringes on their ears. Alrighty, so this isn't the only video feed that we've got a lot of video feeds all over the place. And one of the locations that at this time of the year gives us a lot of joy is African Tau. So why don't we head south and go and have a look at that. And there you go. 5,000 kilometers south. And here we have a number of different sites. So in the background, we've got a huge elephant coming through down to the water. You can see him striding sort of head and shoulders above the bush. In the foreground, we've got a waterbuck, actually quite a few waterbuck, a warthog. There in the background, we have a mixture of zebra and wildebeest on the back left, and then any number of birds that we can see as well. We've got a red-knobbed coot sent quite low down, and what looks like, I'm not sure, the common moorhen that we see often here, but I don't know, that looks a bit smaller than that even. I can't tell with the current resolution I have. That little bird that just flew up there at the red-knobbed coot was a three-banded plover. And there comes a warthog across your screen as well. So much to see here. So into view, we've just had a crocodile come, and let's see what he's doing. If he's going to climb out or whether he's going to hunt something. We've seen a lot of activity around the heat of the day, where these crocodiles have built up enough energy from the temperature to corral fish into these shallows and then catch them on their way out. I don't quite know what this crocodile's done. He's now come in here with a lot of speed and then stopped immediately. I'll be the first to admit I'm always wrong when I come down to predicting crocodile movements. They are predictable only in that they're governed by food, but unpredictable in their behavior, at least to me. So, Sharon, you want to know if zebras breed all year round or only in certain seasons? We're pregnant for about 11 months, Sharon, and so um, I would say that they're probably not seasonal, but would have. So there's no rut, in other words, but that most of the babies will be born at the beginning of summer, giving the moms the longest run up with grass. Feeding on grass that they can have. See, this crocodile hasn't been fishing. He's just making his way out onto a beach to sun himself. This is one of 5 crocodiles that live here. Oh no. What is he doing? Did he catch something there? Got his head lifted. It's like he's watching for something. I'm specifically crocodile, bottom right of the screen. I just have to have a slight breakup in my audio. I've got a few gremlins that are causing my voice to start stuttering. It's okay. We're working on it, and so hopefully we'll be back to normal soon. Alrighty. Why don't we wait for the elephant to get down to the beach and do what he wants to do, and go and have a look at some of the other camera feeds that we got. And we've got Kwame on stand. There you go. A rather muddy and dreary looking Como with some geese swimming around in it. It's not to say that there's nothing else here. This particular pan I absolutely love because of the fact that it has got so much vegetation growing so close to the edge. And if you have a look at the beach on the far side, you can actually see how wet the soil is. Now, there's been a bit of rain in the area, so it's not necessarily to say that was rain, but if you, I mean, wasn't animals, there could have been rain. But if you have a look far left, you'll see that beach is relatively dry. So
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
see these impala quickly drink and then move on. They're not going to stick around for too long, I don't think. One having a bit of a cough. But let's continue our and see what's happening at Djuma. So here we now moved from an extinct volcano close to Gauteng province in South Africa. We've now come across a couple of 100 kilometers, probably 500 kilometers or so further in the Greater Kruger National Park now. And we're looking at a kudu. at Juma. This is a female kudu. And what is unusual about this is that she's feeding close are almost exclusively browsers. And so seeing her with her head down in the grass like that is pretty weird. So there's probably some or other type of leafy shoot coming up that she's making the most of. And you can see how much greener Juma is to Madikwe. More rain here. And bush has greened up so nicely. Slight breeze blowing. Also fairly hot today. She's also got a baby in her tummy. They could drop their babies now in the next couple of weeks. As summer starts greening up here, we'll definitely see that baby that's there inside of her pop out, and we'll see an influx of babies, which is going to be lovely too. Kudu are never alone, and so you can expect to see more kudu there. And of course, Juma is so great with it. I'm told that you got huge bird chorus accompanying our pictures of this kudu now. It's lovely to hear. So one of the high-pitched whistling calls, descending whistling calls that you would have heard there is from a water thickney. We had Jarrett in the office identify the noise by proxy. It's crazy, but it's so cool. Gosh, it's thickened up lovely around you. But look at that. A couple of weeks ago, there was no green. You could see straight through those bushes. And summer's come early this year. Great to see. And this pan has stayed so full. So depending on how much rain we have this year, we might have a bit of a problem with the dam getting overfull. I suppose in Africa there's no absolutes. It's all just constant flux and change, ebbs and flows. And nothing we can do about it. We're just going to be witnesses here on the banks of the Pan. So many good memories that I have in the direction we're looking now. Inside at the top of the hill, you can see a thicket of like almost flat top trees before the two big ones in the back. That's a very well-defined seep line there. Seep, it's like a spring. I spent many a bushwalk in and around those springs, tracking any number of things. There's the rest of the kudu herd that one was with. Great work from the camera person. It was tough to see. That's a young bull that we're looking at there. They're fairly. These bulls are as big as they are from as big as the zebra and the oryx are, so like 250 kilos or so. And so right slapper of the lion. Alrighty, with the departure of those kudu from Jumapan, why don't we depart as well and go a little bit further north and go and have a look at what's happening at King's Camp? Oh goodness, we got a great view of a bull elephant. So this is now King's Camp in Waterhole, and we're about 70 or 80 kilometers north of where we were with Juma now, so still in the Greater Kruger National Park. As you can see, it also shares a greening up of the bush. What are those? Those are some waterbuck in the background that they're having a look at, sort of jealously guarding his water. You're really going to go and chase those waterbuck? Is that what you're going to do? You big bully. Let them come drink.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
He looks like he's finished his drink and is now moving off and out of the picture, leaving us with some hardy guinea fowl, helmeted guinea fowl, the birds that we're seeing around, and the water in the distance. Oh, he's going to come and drink or come and feed on something here. Not anything else that I. Is Ellie just having a great view? He's probably get a bit upset with his guinea fowl disturbing his peace. Patrolling the edge of his water, jealously guarding it from the guinea fowl and the waterbuck. They really don't like sharing their water. Just like that, he's finished his drink and has moved on. Hopefully, leaving enough space for these waterbuck to come and have a drink, if that's what they want to do. Right, and quick as a flash, my session with you guys today has come to an end. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who shared this morning with me at all the different cameras that we had to go to. Thank you for all the staff. This is from my side to you. Don't go anywhere. The show's not finishing at all. It's just Liam taking over from me to take you all the way through to 3 o'clock this afternoon. All the best wherever you are. We'll catch up soon. Ciao.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Liam Burrow, and I'm the lucky naturalist that's going to be taking you through the second half of the Live at the Waterhole show today. And what a pleasure it is to be here indeed. It's looking like a beautiful afternoon from King's Camp in the Timbavati, with a couple of waterbuck around the water's edge. Yeah, it's looking quite a bit greener in South Africa's Lowveld, South Africa's northeasternmost corner. And we've been lucky. We've had a bit of rain and nothing massive so far. but the bush is already beginning that glorious transformation into its wet season colors. This is my favorite time of the year. I love it when it's green. I think it's also a much easier time for a lot of the wildlife. It's just kind of a time of plenty. Lots of food, lots of water around. Very often the arrival of lots of youngsters at this time of year. It's just a time of lower stress for basically the natural world. And if, like me, you're a big fan of a lot of the smaller stuff, the butterflies, the reptiles, the frogs, and many of the birds, it is the very best time of year to be out in the bush. Also looks like a couple of helmeted guinea fowl there, I reckon. Helmeted guinea fowl and Egyptian geese, a bit more off to the right. There is life out there. There was obviously an elephant bull around here a minute or two ago, but he seems to have made an exit. That's all right though. What a lovely scene. Yeah, the Timbavati, where King's Camp is actually situated, is a part of the Greater Kruger National Park ecosystem, an area now which is about 2.2 million hectares in size. Literally the size of a country. It's massive. And the greater ecosystem actually stretches across the borders of 3 countries: South Africa, where I am, and Mozambique to the east, and up into Zimbabwe, into Gonorrhoea to the north. So yeah, in terms of animal movements, the more space the better, particularly for species that like a pretty vast range, things like elephants. That is a recipe for success. Makes this a very, very, very special place to be. Cool. Well, I believe we have something small and quite interesting to have a look at Cat Eye Pan, which I believe is in Olifants West outside the town of Hoedspruit. Let's check in there now. Cool bananas. Well, I believe one of these zoomies has actually located this interesting snail shell and has inquired as to what exactly this is. Quite clearly it's dead. So the break of that tail end shows us that this snail no longer occupies its shell. It is the very largest of all snails that occur in Africa. This is the African giant land snail. And they start off quite small, obviously, as many things do. They hatch out in their thousands, probably only a half a centimeter long, but rapidly, and they develop, and ultimately they'll get to about the size of maybe 1.5 human fists. So they get massive. Massive, massive things. And quite fascinatingly, they are capable of asexual reproduction. So a single snail has the ability to reproduce even without mating. It can produce viable eggs that will hatch into young snails. And yeah, they're apparently quite popular to be kept as pets in places like Europe and North America. They are interesting things, but I'm not so sure I see the appeal. Each to their own, I guess. Zet, so quite a few things eat snails. Probably first and foremost, the birds seem to love them. And we also have a wonderful snake species in South Africa called a variegated slug eater that actually specializes in feeding on things like slugs and snails. It's got a nice sort of pointed snout, which gives it the ability to sort of wangle its head into the front opening of the shell, and it'll quite literally just pull the entire snail out. These are also perhaps eaten by things like civets and genets, and apparently humans will try and eat them occasionally, though their gut, their digestive tract, contains a bacteria which can make us very, very sick indeed. So, yeah, perhaps stick to the good quality escargot if you are going to eat snails. Maybe leave the African giant land snail alone. But yeah, a very good spot there. That's an interesting find. Cool. Well, with not a whole lot going on here at Cat Eye Pan, I think let's check in with a very familiar scene at Djuma Camp Pan and see what's happening there. And there we go. Nice big herd of waterbuck. Just enjoying this sort of lush green bounty growing on the bank here at the dam. things really are looking beautiful in the Greater Kruger. These waterbuck, as the name suggests, are entirely dependent on water, and they're often found very, very close to it indeed. Very woolly looking things, these waterbuck. I like them. The males in particular are just so regal looking that they've got sort of this proud stance. They're magnificent creatures. Now, the name waterbuck is probably given to these guys for two separate reasons. That's my understanding anyway. Obviously, these antelope are highly, highly dependent on water, so you often find them around the water's edge or in the bush pretty close to big dams and permanent rivers. But the second and perhaps more interesting reason is that when they are pursued by predators, in particular things like wild dogs, often their first line of defense is to run straight to water, to dive in and to try and outswim those carnivores. That often works. It'll certainly get them out of the way of things like wild dogs and the lions. But across this Greater Kruger environment, a lot of these beautiful bodies of water have very large reptile residents in the form of the Nile crocodile, and many waterbuck trying to escape land-based carnivores will fall victim to a crocodile. There's a very popular misconception that the waterbuck is not eaten by things like lions because they are smelly, which I've always found quite bizarre. If you've spent any time around those particular big cats, you'll know they don't really seem to have many problems at all feeding on the very most rotten, festering and disgusting of carcasses. So a slightly musty waterbuck is certainly not going to put them off. And when they can, they will absolutely eat a waterbuck. That very prominent white circle on the rump. Freddie, you most certainly do, and good afternoon. Thanks for that question. So slightly different varieties. I myself have seen Abyssinian waterbuck in person in Rwanda's Akagera National Park. Quite interestingly, they're a little bit different from the ones we see here down south. And the Abyssinian waterbuck has no ring on its rump, which is pretty fascinating. And their fur is longer and more red in color. They're gorgeous looking waterbuck. I've just been sent through another question by text from The Journey. Why do waterbuck have those lacquer targets on their bums? I assume there's an evolutionary reason for the design. Thanks very much for that, The Journey. So the evolutionary thinking is that circle is a very prominent sort of eye-catching marking. So when a group of waterbuck are sort of all relaxed, kind of feeding around a dam like this, and a lion jumps out of the bush and chases after them, those circles increase visibility of the herd members, allowing kind of the group to stick together, to keep focus on one another, and to all get away in the same direction. The theory being that a predator is probably going to have most success at catching one individual that breaks off and kind of goes in the wrong direction. So we call that a follow me mechanism. That's the theory anyway. But again, those waterbuck I saw in Akagera in Rwanda didn't have that. So yeah, that kind of throws a spanner into the works of that theory a little bit. They did have pretty pale bottoms, but no circles. Yeah, the natural world is full of those sort of odd, open-ended questions. Questions that we can quite happily put theories to and try and explain with sort of the science that we've got now, but many of which I think we'll just never know 100% certainly. But perhaps that's part of the magic of the natural world. Nice that there's still some big mysteries out there. Another perhaps slightly more bizarre theory is that flies are much more attracted to that lighter color, shades like white and kind of light tawny. So it's been explained to me that flies are potentially more likely to be attracted to that circle, and being demonstrated quite nicely there. So you can see the tail swishing quite nicely to both sides of that circle. So quite effectively swatting those flies away, if there's any truth in that at all. This is quite a large group of females. I'm surprised we haven't seen a big bull sort of blended into the mix here. Certainly the presence of a couple of young calves there, youngish. Perhaps slightly out of the breeding season, they just aren't with a male. Freddie, you certainly can. They are very, very prolific in Mozambique to our east. When I spent a bit of time there as a conservation pilot last year, I saw some of the greatest herds of wildebeest, or rather waterbucks, in my entire life. And yeah, you certainly get them further north up into East Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. Yeah, they're a very, very successful antelope species. But once again, their survival hinges on the availability of water. So they can't really survive in extremely arid regions. You don't find them in places like the Namib Desert, the Kalahari. They like to feed on lush green grass and usually be within a kilometer or two of the water at all times. And they're just kind of crossing out there. A couple of impala coming down as well. Looks like just rams, just males. And again, things looking so lush in the greater Kruger. South Africa's northeast has obviously had a lot more rain already than the northwest. I'm hoping it's going to be a very, very wet summer indeed for us. Apologies there. Tulu, your comms broke up a little bit there. Could you go again? Super. Thanks, Tulu. I think we're going to head over to Tau Lodge now in that northwest province I was just talking about. Let's see what's happening up there. Beautiful. Couple of big Ellie bulls. There's some zebra in the background by the looks of things. Again, look at the contrast in the color of the vegetation and the landscape between Djuma in the northeast, where we've just been, and Tau right up here on South Africa's northernmost boundary, close to the border with Botswana to the north. Yeah, there's a good couple of 100 kilometers between the 2 points, and fairly different weather patterns. So not much rain has fallen here at all yet. But fingers crossed it'll arrive eventually. And thankfully these artificial waterholes are a bit of a lifeline for a lot of the wildlife in the interim. Two colossal Ellie bulls with more on the way by the looks of it there.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
There's a lot of respect in the way these bulls treat each other. Again, conflicts between evenly matched males can easily be fatal. So very often the one who is gets the most respect. This chap does look pretty massive. Let's see, I wonder if these guys recognize each other. They almost certainly do. Having the ability to communicate kind of via infrasound over very, very large distances. A lot of the elephants in an area like Madikwe will be aware of each other and will almost certainly know each other personally. In particular, these big bulls that have been around for whatever, 35, 40 odd years, they've certainly crossed paths in the past. That's a nice greeting there. Trunk outstretched, having a bit of a sniff. But perhaps easier just to stay out of each other's way. Elephants perform the most beautiful greeting ceremonies on occasion. When two individuals that know each other well meet, they touch tusks, they kind of clack them quite gently together, and then both individuals will intertwine trunks, and they put the tip of their trunk into the other elephant's mouth. It seems to be sort of a very polite, quite gentle greeting. Look at this big guy going straight in. And that looks really refreshing. You can feel the relief in his body language. Perhaps not the greatest day to be a small aquatic animal, though. Certainly not the best place. This seems to get a whole lot of elephant traffic. It's pretty fascinating, though. There is a species of fish that occurs in southern Africa called the killifish. It has the shortest life cycle of any vertebrate on Earth, to my knowledge. It can go from egg to fully mature breeding adult, and it's a tiny fish, only about 1.5 inches long. So it goes from egg to full breeding adult in as little as 6 weeks. Fascinating. They're really, really brightly colored. They're gorgeous things. They look a little like the Siamese fighter fish, which are popular as sort of captive fish to keep. But the thing that has made me think of them is the way these little killifish are spread around, is that their eggs are picked up out of the mud quite accidentally by things like elephant, rhino, and buffalo, splashed onto those animals' bodies, and then as that animal walks off into the bush, and the eggs are rubbed off on grass, occasionally rubbed off on the stumps and rocks that those big, heavy-bodied animals sort of itch themselves on. But now, obviously, there's a problem. That little egg is now stuck to a rock or a tree or a blade of grass away from the water. But fascinatingly, these killifish eggs can go for literally years in a dormant state, just waiting for a couple of drops of rain to sort of moisten them, and then that little that little fish fry hatches out. And the cycle begins again. Isn't nature phenomenal? Not all about the big stuff, as impressive as the big stuff is. Sure, that really is a tiny zebra foal there. Certainly the smallest one in this group. I'd put it at a couple of weeks to, at most, maybe like 2 months old. It's really small. Granny Bee, what a pleasure it is. Granny P, I'm sorry. Yeah, what a pleasure it is to be sat chatting to you about these wonderful scenes. And certainly the sound is a big part of it. The audio of all the birds, the distant call of something like a zebra. It is the most intense sensory experience. Once again, see how this bull very, very gently sort of skims the surface for just the top few centimeters of cooler, clear water. He doesn't want all the silty stuff stirred up at the bottom. Not to drink anyway. These savanna elephants across this area and across many of our other waterhole locations here at Live at the Waterhole are totally dependent on available water. So herds and these bachelors will make their way down to the waterholes at least twice a day. And for an adult male as big as this, 6 or 7 tons, and he's consuming probably 100 to 200 liters of water in a single sitting. That is quite a massive amount. At a couple of the lodges I've worked at, the ellies can actually be a bit of a problem. Oh, check it out. Going right in for a proper dip. So at a couple of these lodges that I've worked at, ellies can be a bit of a problem where they can access the lodge swimming pools. Because you can imagine a herd of 15 or 20 arriving, each one of them taking at least 30 or 40 liters, that pool level is going to drop by like a foot to 2 foot at a time, especially if it's a small pool. It's certainly going to increase the water bill. But yeah, I guess that's all part of the deal. The Ellies were there first, ultimately. It's their place. Check this guy out like a mud monster. Danny, look, I think that probably can be, but yeah, I don't think things like chlorine, which is sort of a common additive in pools, is too bad, provided it's not in enormous quantities. Obviously, if you've ever been in a pool, you've swallowed a gulp or two of it accidentally. It's not enough to make you ill. It's certainly not super pleasant. And as I mentioned, Ellies are pretty particular when it comes to the water they drink. So if there's something wrong with it, their senses will tell them this is not good stuff. Unless, of course, the water's been poisoned or something like that, which we have seen a couple of times in places like Botswana. Terrible people out there putting things like cyanide into water, and that'll kill hundreds of elephants. But to my knowledge, that is like a tasteless, scentless chemical. Yeah, especially when diluted in water. So yeah, I don't think drinking from a pool will make them ill or anything like that. Especially if it's only once in a while. Cool. Well, I think now it might be time to check in at another one of our locations, one of my favorite spots. Let's head up to Old Donyo in southern Kenya and see what's happening there. Haha. Once again, the Ellies reign supreme. Two beautiful East African bulls here at the Waterhole at Old Donyo. We mentioned it in an earlier segment, but there does seem to be something in the water, something in the soil, something in the food, and perhaps something in the genes of, in particular, the elephants up here. The bulls just get enormous and develop the most gorgeous long tusks. I think possibly the largest secret to that success lies in the history of this region. A couple of million years ago, it was highly volcanically active, and with frequent volcanic eruptions, much of the sort of surrounding areas, I'm talking a pretty vast area across almost the entire of Eastern Africa, was showered pretty frequently in volcanic ash. Volcanic ash is rich in a lot of essential minerals. Things like phosphorus is pretty critical. And phosphorus is found in soda ash that produces a beautiful, rich plant material, and that builds very big herbivores. So as a result, some of the biggest buffalo, biggest elephants, biggest giraffes, biggest pretty much everything are found in East Africa. another very, very happy scene this afternoon. Yeah, I mentioned in an earlier segment, these ellies are totally dependent on water. They must drink probably twice a day at least. But interestingly, they've evolved almost a long-range tank. So they have a special pouch in their throat called a pharyngeal pouch, which allows them to hold a relatively small quantity of water, probably just a couple of liters, but it's reckoned to be sort of a reserve tank, allowing them in really tough situations to go a little bit longer between sort of bodies of water. I've actually found a nice diagram of it online, so I'll post it to my Instagram story if you want to check it out there. It's probably easier than me trying to explain it. So yeah, check it out at Liam Burrow Wildlife. I'll post it just now. And a nice giraffe coming in as well. I don't think there's much room for her.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Super. So I've popped up that diagram of that pharyngeal pouch in elephants. It kind of sits back behind the tongue. Again, it's not a massive pouch. It obviously has to fit quite nicely in that elephant's throat without obstructing the trachea or the esophagus. But it serves as a valuable reserve for circumstances where the elephant cannot get access to water as quickly as it wants. It's also interesting that when elephants get very, very upset for whatever reason, that pharyngeal pouch streams with water, it pours out of the mouth. So, yeah, I wonder why that is, but it can be a great indication that an elephant is very cross indeed. Very cross, very angry, or very, very sad. They are marvelous animals. It's just so many things, about them that are fascinating. Yeah, we've touched on their communication a bit this morning as well. We know that they're capable of communicating at frequencies, obviously very, very loud frequencies that we can hear, lots of their rumbles and their roars and screams. But the vast majority of what's going on in elephant society is being communicated at a frequency too low uh, to be picked up by the sort of audible range of human ears. A lot of these low frequency sound waves are being boomed out by these ellies, not necessarily through the ground as it was thought, but probably over the Earth's crust, admittedly, though, over vast distances. Our sort of sound detecting equipment can pick up elephant communications at least 40 kilometers. So who's to say, with an elephant having hearing many thousands of times more sensitive than ours, that these ellies couldn't arguably be communicating over possibly even 100 kilometers, passing on all sorts of useful information about where the water is, where they're finding food, perhaps where they've encountered something dangerous, places to avoid. There's some feeling that before man's influence was as extensive as it is in Africa today, so perhaps as early as 100 odd years ago, elephants were arguably communicating, over thousands of kilometers. Herds literally passing messages like a social network up the entire continent. Super sentience, they really are. A little bit of pushing and shoving by some of those bigger bulls. These ellies are kind of congregating around the outlet pipe here at Jamala. This is an artificially pumped waterhole. So somewhere here there is a borehole, kind of a well that's been drilled all the way down into the water table. And lovely fresh water is bubbling up from underneath the ground there somewhere. So yeah, that's the prime spot. That's where these bulls want to be. But there's quite a bit of testosterone, so there will be some head butting and some jabbing and pushing. This guy certainly seems to be the king of the castle. He's the big guy. And dominance will be kind of established based on the size of a bull. If he's vastly bigger than everybody else, there won't even be a fight. He just takes the top position. But if bulls are evenly matched, if they're sort of equal in size and both sort of up for it, fights can be brutal. They'll snap chips or entire tusks right off. And occasionally these battles can be so violent the bulls will actually kill one another. But the vast majority of conflicts are over just with a bit of body language, quite intelligently. These big bulls can also be extremely tolerant of younger males that aren't kind of attempting to threaten his sort of role in the hierarchy. Again, male social structure is all based on a pretty impressive mentorship system whereby younger bulls are sort of drawn towards a big, experienced tusker, like this chap we've just seen. Big, impressive mammoth. And they'll learn from him. He'll teach them everything they need to know about being male elephants. How to behave around the females, how to sort of fight nicely, where to eat, where to drink, and arguably, towards the end of their lives, possibly even where to find a nice, comfortable place to pass away. It is a culture. And he's certainly being very tolerant of these younger chaps around this outlet today. Just tangles of trunks, everybody coming in for their sip of water. And this is high quality stuff from the water table, as clean as it gets out here. Certainly much cleaner than the water behind them. Rain, I'm with you 100%. Aren't they incredible, incredible organs? So the trunk is essentially an extension, so I'm getting very tongue twisted there, an extension of that elephant's nose, but it's made up of somewhere between 20 and about 30,000 radical, so circular muscles, all kind of attached one on top of the other. But there are literally millions of kind of individual connections with the brain that need to be made in order for that trunk to be sort of operated as well as they do. And it's a powerful thing. An elephant can use it to push over an immense tree. And also, in the same breath, it is dexterous enough to wipe a single fly from sort of the corner of the elephant's eye, or pick up something as tiny as a little piece of fruit on the ground. And it holds a sense of smell, which is about 4,000 times better than our own. Many hundreds of times better than the finest kind of drug sniffing dogs used by our human police. I don't think there's much of an application for it in our society, though. Imagine elephants at baggage control in our airports. Perhaps not.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
So here at WildEarth, our mission is to connect the world with nature. If you would like to help, pop onto our website and click donate. And we'd also like to thank everybody who's already sent donations through. It's much, much appreciated. So yeah, kind of being sat here looking at a scene like this, all of these colossal bulls circled around this pan, it kind of makes you feel like you're looking at something pretty prehistoric. You're watching dinosaurs or something along those lines. Truth be told, the design of this African elephant, this evolutionary marvel of wrinkly skin and pointy tusks, hasn't changed much in about 60 million years. So they truly are perfect for this environment. Sadly, though, their populations in the last 100-odd years have taken a bit of a knock. They've gone down from around about 10 million estimated a century ago to just 4%. At a fairly meager 400,000. Look, 400,000 is still a whole lot of elephants, but I think the rate of decline is something that we should be aware of. At the rate the human world has sort of developed, and in particular, the rate at which we've developed the land that the elephants require to survive, sadly, the elephant is not going to win. So yeah, these wilderness areas really need to be conserved. We have to protect the areas in which these precious animals survive. There are ways to make that kind of coexistence between man and animal possible. We can find happy solutions that don't necessarily involve animals just getting shot. Sustainable ecotourism is possibly one of the very best. There are loads and loads of people out there, perhaps many of you at home, that would love the opportunity to come out to these places and shoot only with cameras, taking only photographs away. And if we can show that to governments, show that there is a big value to wildlife for that tourism sector, these wilderness areas and the protection of them can be justified. Long may they live. Super. Well, speaking of Madikwe, let's check in at another feed just a few miles away at Tower Lodge. And more elephants at Tower. Also a couple of white-faced whistling ducks. Those are the birds floating around in the water there in kind of the right-hand half of the screen. And a couple of warthogs by the looks of it, munching away quite happily on something up there. There's also a few more ellies on the left by the looks of it. It's a bit challenging to move this camera. There is quite a delay, to my understanding. A black crake in the bottom of the screen. That very dark bird walking around on the floating vegetation. And a herd of wildebeest in the distance. Large congregations of life around the water's edge, and a grey heron hunting in the middle there. I think he also just caught something. Yeah, there is lots going on around here. There are also a couple of crocodiles in this Tower Lodge pan. Thankfully, I don't think any really massive ones, none that would pose too much of a threat to these big boys. But certainly to an unsuspecting waterbird or a warthog, a crocodile could readily dispatch something like that. And behind the furthest elephant there, that sort of whitish bird off to the right of his bottom, and that's an African spoonbill. One of my favorite birds. Yeah, it's evolved a spoon-shaped bill. It's kind of in the stork family, but the bill is flattened and very spoon-like towards the end. And that's a very, very useful tool when it comes to pulling things like shellfish, little crustaceans, little mussels up out of the mud. And they also love a tasty fish, a little frog, something like that. All of which I'm sure can be found around here. These white-faced whistling ducks keeping a very keen eye peeled for these ellies. I don't think they want to get caught up in the wake of a big elephant. Easy to be knocked out completely by a sort of a trunk full of mud or something like that. So best to give the big guys a wide berth.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So that elephant is definitely aware of the crocodile. He's walking straight towards it. I think he's pretty aware that he's in no danger from that thing. It's not particularly big at all. Oh, having said that, maybe like 3 meters. Certainly enough to ruin your day. There's a big croc. But it's all relative when compared to a 6-ton ellie. That croc is definitely fishing. Slithering around those shallows like that. Oh, there's 2. Or 3. Goodness me, it's full of crocodiles. Yeah, there's at least 2 more to the left of that eddy. Now they must all be fishing. Yeah, let's see what happens. And that's part of the danger of a crocodile. They can go pretty unnoticed. Sure, there are at least 3, maybe 4. Oh, he snapped at something there. So they're very, very capable of biting below the water's surface. They have a gullet flap, a flap at the back of their mouth. This is crocodiles I'm talking about. A gullet flap at the back of the mouth, which closes so that the crocodile can open its mouth underwater and not swallow too much water in the process. But when it comes to actually swallowing whatever they've caught, they have to raise the head up out of the water. Open that gullet flap and back it goes. So we'll try and keep an eye here. Maybe that crocodile gets a fish for us. Quite a few ellies all over the place. Spoonbill taken off. I can't get over those crocs fishing right behind the elephant like that. That's crazy. I suppose it's actually pretty intelligent because as that elephant moves through the shallows, it's almost certainly disturbing the fish that are pretty desperately trying to hide away from those crocs. So he's obviously using that elephant to his advantage. Crocodiles are surprisingly intelligent things. They're one of only a very few reptile species that actually possess the frontal lobe to the brain. And that is the lobe. Whoa, Ellie getting very cheeky there. That is the lobe that gives that croc the ability to plan. It's for sort of advanced thought process. That's a characteristic possessed, to my knowledge, only by the crocodilians, so crocodiles, alligators, gharials, and caimans, and then the monitor lizards, the varanids. All other reptiles have fairly primitive brains, very simple. Elephant bull at the back doing a bit of dusting. A nice way to trap all of that moisture in against the skin is to shower their moist bodies in a layer of almost talcum powder, the finest dust. And that spoonbill perhaps quite wisely choosing to fish in a spot that doesn't have so many crocodiles in it. Big herd of wildebeest at the back right there. And some zebra moving through as well. Diane, hello to you in the UK. Nice to have you on board with us. Certainly, it can be said with relative certainty that the majority of aggressive elephant behavior, certainly from the males, comes from that must period. So for anybody who doesn't know, a must is a period experienced by male elephants on and off throughout the year, and it involves their normal healthy testosterone levels increasing by about 60 times what they should be. It's all very natural. There's nothing that needs to be done about it. It's a natural inbuilt mechanism to encourage those elephant bulls to assert dominance on one another, establish a high position in the hierarchy, and ultimately, if they are high up, mating rights with some of the local females. But yeah, it does tend to make them very confrontational. They don't behave as they normally do, and they will look for fights with basically whatever they can find. Rhinos, cars, herds of buffalo, and certainly other elephant bulls. Tremendous vistas here at Tau Lodge in Madikwe. It's, as we've mentioned, a very, very dry landscape at this time of year. But the rain will come eventually, I'm sure. This big bull taking the opportunity with that nice bank behind him to have a seat and even scratch his backside. I wonder if we might be able to see how those crocodiles are doing. Are they still fishing in the same place? I know there's a bit of a delay on the movement of this camera. It takes a good 20 or 30 seconds to get it over. Big bull having a proper dunk there. Getting every inch of his skin completely coated in mud. That is the epitome of elephant luxury right there, a spa day. Total peace. Lots of ellies around, also big herd of wildebeest at the back there. I'm sure these white-faced whistling ducks have also paired off in preparation for the coming wet season. It'll be time to find a place to nest soon. Perhaps in some nice long reeds when those eventually do come back. And then hopefully raise a family of little ducklings. So the crocs were in that pool to the back there. Oh, there's a big snap. Certainly going after fish. Again, many of their hunts end in failure, but if they hunt through the hot hours of the day while they've got lots of energy, after they're fully charged up by the sun, inevitably they'll get a couple of bites in. A few tasty fish meals. This elephant bull is also demonstrating quite nicely another vital service that elephants provide in Africa's waterways. They kind of plow through these pads of floating vegetation and help to keep rivers and sort of deltas and marshy areas open, allowing a lot of other species and the water to pass through quite nicely. Yeah, there's some movement there for sure. and a slightly scruffy looking plains zebra. Maybe scruffy is the wrong word. It's in quite good shape. And they do have that kind of dirty shadow stripe that's distinctive of the plains zebra. I did see as we were panning around that the zebra herd has got that very small foal in it. So hopefully they don't try and drink right on the edge where those crocs are operating. That little foal certainly would be very vulnerable.
It's that time of the year, filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Very, very nice scene. Yeah, and again, more than meets the eye. Obviously, the elephants are the most prominent things to see. But zebra in the background, a couple of warthogs sprinkled in, a number of water birds, and then, of course, in and out of view, 3 or 4 Nile crocodiles quite happily fishing in the shallows there. Every so often you just see a big swirl as one of those crocs lunges for a fish. Those water birds kind of tread a very fine line. They want to be in quite close proximity to the crocs while they hunt. The fish are very much aware of the presence of the crocodiles, so they dive out of the way when a croc sort of lunges towards them, often into the beaks of the waiting birds. But those water birds, the spoonbill, the Egyptian geese, etc., all feature very high up on that croc's sort of list of possible meals. So yeah, they've got to tread awfully carefully. The tables can turn quite happily, quite easily. Oh, lots of snapping there in that shallow water. Goodness me. Concrete Jungle Man, the function of a tail is sort of multifaceted. So for many of the mammals, they have them for different purposes. Probably the most direct is that the tail can be used as a phenomenal indicator of that animal's body language. And animals use them in different ways. For example, an elephant that's getting sort of stressed will begin to raise the tail. The higher it lifts the tail, the more sort of irritated and annoyed it actually is. And then you look at something like the predators, a lion that encounters people on foot, often one of the first warning signals it'll actually give people on a walk is sort of thrashing the tail left to right. I guess a little bit like your house cat at home getting irritated. And then, of course, another wonderful benefit is that the tail is a fairly effective fly swatter for a lot of species. So yeah, I wouldn't say it necessarily has one purpose specifically. But yeah, they are present on a whole lot of mammals. Then you look at something like the hippo, it actually uses its tail to kind of separate and spread its dung. Now, if you haven't seen a hippo defecating, it's certainly worth a look on YouTube. If you're interested in that sort of thing, it's pretty spectacular. Check those crocs out. That is so cool. I find the reptile world massively, massively interesting. And especially that we're getting such movement out of these 3 or 4 crocs. That's also very, very cool. They spend a very large amount of their time basking on the bank. So that's sort of the normal mode we kind of see them in. But to have them so actively swimming around, snapping at fish like that guy, that's very, very cool. And again, that spoonbill getting very excited at the opportunity to catch a little fish trying to get out of the way of those massive reptiles. But he's got to tread very, very carefully. His life could be ended with a single chomp from one of those crocs. There's 2 crocs framed up nicely there. It's interesting, the one closer to the lens is much darker. The one further to the back, more of a yellowish, sort of greeny color. Crocodiles have got photosensitive skin. So quite miraculously, the colder a crocodile is, the darker it is. Once that skin starts to become dark, once the body temperature is dropping a little bit too low, darker color is obviously a lot more effective at absorbing light and heat. So once it darkens up, that croc will start to charge its batteries. A crocodile that starts to get a very light skin color begins to reflect a lot of heat. It's an excellent way of managing that internal temperature. If it gets way too hot, a crocodile will actually lift its head up and gape. It'll open its jaws, exposing the very, very soft skin in its mouth and kind of ramping up that heat radiation ability. Super cool. That spoonbill also getting Getting a bit lucky there, caught something small, maybe a little shellfish. These crocodiles have been on Earth for no less than 500 million years. So talk about a winning set of evolutionary design principles. They are survivors. And should this waterhole, for whatever reason, dry up completely and their food source disappear, the crocs will simply tunnel into the riverbank at the water's edge somewhere there, maybe go 5-6 meters in, curl up nicely and wait. And that wait could take 2 years. A croc will happily go as long as that without a drop of water or a single bite of food, slowing its heart rate down and basically living in a state of almost suspended animation until the good times return. Massive respect to the crocodile. I think from my side, perhaps even quite a lot of fear. I would much rather deal with something like a lion or an elephant or even perhaps a buffalo at close proximity than to be in the water with a big crocodile. And without a doubt, they kill absolutely hundreds, if not potentially a couple of thousand people in Africa each year. But the statistics as to how many people are actually taken by crocs are notoriously sort of inaccurate, especially in rural areas, because when a crocodile does take somebody, often there's no evidence. There's just a big swirl, a scream, and that person is gone. And if there are no witnesses, the report is just a missing person. So yeah, if you are ever spending time in Africa, particularly around the water's edge, tread very, very lightly. You've got to be super careful. Cool. Well, time now for something totally different. Let's head to Okakoyo. So bordering on Etosha National Park in the north of Namibia, we are at Okakoyo, a very, very arid, dry landscape, but once again with something very, very special. And we've got a herd of desert-adapted elephants arriving at the water, a desert-adapted giraffe in the background there as well. These two animals are very, very similar to the elephants and the giraffes that occur elsewhere, but they have a vastly better ability to deal with quite extended time periods without water. Time periods that to a normal giraffe or a normal savanna elephant would be pretty fatal. These guys both can go literally days between drinks. But obviously if their food is growing in close proximity to the water, they have the ability to visit pans, and they will return every single day. Big herd of ellies. I think this might actually even be the same herd that we saw yesterday afternoon, at about the same time. Thankfully in this area with small elephant calves in tow, this herd doesn't have to worry about crocodiles at all. Nile crocs don't occur here at Okakoyo. It's just too dry. Sure, what a scene. There are only a couple of hundred of these desert-adapted ellies in Namibia, so a scene of such a huge amount all congregating together really is a special thing. Also looks like a couple of pied crows kind of zooming above these eddies in the sky. I'm sure also coming in for a bit of a drink. It also pays for these birds, which feed on carrion, dead meat, to keep an eye on big herds of animals, for any sickly looking ones, any stragglers. Possibly there might be an opportunity to get a bit of a feed on something dead or dying. But looks like all these ellies are pretty happy and healthy. This waterhole will also serve a pretty vital secondary function for these ellies. There's a wonderful place to meet and greet. So in an area where elephant populations are of a lower density and spread over literally thousands of square kilometers, it pays for these elephants to have some common ground. And certainly herds passing through with estrus cows, with females needing to find a male to mate, and may well have some success when they come to the water and bump into big bachelor bulls. Once again, though, I don't think it's totally out of the elephant's control. They have abilities to communicate over large distances. So I'm sure an estrus female is putting feelers out there, so to speak. She's calling out over vast distances, looking for the right male. So it's not necessarily just a chance meeting at the waterhole, though I'm sure it makes things easier. Looks like these guys are not so keen to hang around today, though. Yesterday they spent a whole lot of time around the water's edge, but it looks like the big cows are already leading all of these youngsters off on a mission to the left there. They possibly have quite a bit of ground to cover in order to find sufficient food to sustain the entire herd. And in certain parts of Etosha, they're walking over 60 kilometers every single day between food, often a return journey. Talk about a mammoth task. And now that the ellies are clearing a little bit, it's allowing that group of springbok the chance to wade in and get their drinking done. Perhaps stopping for a little bit to have a rest in the shade there. Not much shade around. This is a huge group of ellies. Now, the biggest herds I've seen are in places like the Sabi Sands. I've seen 80 plus elephants, mostly cows and calves, all in the same place. But I've heard reports in other places of a couple of hundred at a time. And I've seen photographs from the 1950s of thousands of elephants in the same place. Although these days those sort of scenes don't really seem to happen anymore. Great elephant migrations. Ray, thanks for your question. As a general rule, breeding herds would be bigger, sort of anywhere between about 15 and perhaps as many as 40 in a single breeding group. It's a fairly common scene. But Yeah, bachelors, I'd say more likely to be around sort of 3 to 4, maybe about 20. Now, there's always a bit of an exception to the rule, but you can be fairly certain if it's a massive group of ellies, and the majority are going to be breeding groups. Again, that bull's social structure is pretty centralized. It's usually around one big dominant male, big, impressive, experienced guy high up in the hierarchy. He's kind of a general, if you want to think about it in sort of a military term. And then he attracts younger males who are in need of mentoring, some guidance. And they are referred to in Africa as askaris. Now, askari is a Swahili word meaning soldier or policeman. So I think that fits quite nicely with the general. And yeah, it's a wonderful system in which knowledge is quite willingly shared. And their whole culture is based on their ability to remember places they've been, places they want to get back to, places where water was good, or maybe there were fruiting trees in a particularly challenging time. And it is reckoned an elephant only has to go to a place once, and it has the ability decades down the line to retrace its steps and get back to the exact same spot once again. So obviously there's some power in being able to share that with others. And certainly females are imparting that kind of knowledge on their young in parallel. They're not connected to the big bulls at all, but they're off doing their own teaching in their own families.
Je vous rappelle quand même au cas où que si vous faites le tour et que vous allez là-bas, vous les avez tous de face, hein. C'est pas très loin si vous voulez faire d'autres photos.
Lionel, an excellent question, and certainly a bull would. Studies conducted in East Africa by a phenomenal group of ladies led by a scientist by the name of Dr. Cynthia Moss viewed some phenomenal interactions between adult bulls linking up with the herds they were born into after possibly decades out on their own missions. So you've heard the expression, an elephant never forgets. I think that's particularly true of kind of their earliest relationships, those family connections. Even though the bull doesn't necessarily have a place in that herd anymore, and he doesn't belong there permanently, there's still a lot of love between those individuals. And certainly the interactions are very positive and very gentle. All of their social structure hinges on their ability to move and their ability to interact with other elephants. For them to live any semblance of a happy and full life at all, and they have to be in the wild. Or at the very least, they have to be with other elephants. An elephant kept alone in captivity is just one of the most miserable things. It's impossible to give them enough enrichment to keep them happy. They're just a bit like us. We just don't belong completely isolated. It's not good for us. So long may they live in the wild. This is where they belong. And what a happy scene this is. These two bulls pushing and shoving in the water, living it up. And as any small child will tell you, that is an excellent way to beat the heat.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
These two boys are certainly in no hurry to leave this waterhole. Must be extremely refreshing. And Namibia holds the title for some of the hottest temperatures in southern Africa, certainly in excess of 40 degrees Celsius. I'm pretty certain it's cooking out there. Yeah, the temperature in Etosha today is 38 degrees Celsius. So without a doubt, these elephants are having a very, very hot day. No better way to beat that heat than with a plunge in a waterhole like this. And then to catch a few Z's in the shade if they can, before the great trek to find some food begins. Wonderful view of this big giraffe bull, as well as a couple of springbok kind of moving around behind him. The giraffe is another immense species, not one you imagine would do particularly well in a zone as arid and dry as this. But they do exceptionally well in the desert. A big food source throughout southern Africa's arid regions is the camel thorn acacia and its lovely sugar-rich pods, which very obligingly arrive through some of the harshest times of the year, giving the giraffe a good food source. thankfully, again, for these springbok, they don't have to be too worried about wading into the water. No crocs here. You wouldn't find impala behaving like this in the greater Kruger. Just too much risk of something lurking beneath the surface there.
Non, non, les deux trous, non. Les deux, ils vont rattraper. Donc, elles sont un peu, surtout les femelles qui ont des tout petits comme celle qui est là-bas. Les deux là, ils s'en foutent, ils jettent un œil, et dès qu'ils montent pas loin, ils sortiront.
Another interesting sort of natural mystery that we don't really have a clearly defined answer to is the jump of the springbok. So springbok, translated from Dutch, means jumping antelope or jumping goat. At certain times of the year, they perform the most spectacular pronking display, where they sort of run and then they stiffen their legs, arch their back, they expose this puff of white fur on their rump, and they do this bouncing sort of display all over the place. The best theory we've got is that it is sort of an indication to all of the predators of the health of the springbok. So the basic message is, look at me, I'm so fit, I'm so healthy, I wouldn't be the one you should be wasting your time on, because I'm simply too fast to catch. But the honest truth is we have no real idea why they do it. Maybe it's just because it's fun. And again, nature is full of those sort of mysteries. Strange behaviors, things animals don't necessarily have to do that they do anyway. And perhaps sometimes it's nice not to have all the answers. Nice that there's quite a bit out there that is still totally unknown.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
These two young elephant bulls just luxuriating in this Okakoyo oasis. Doesn't get much better than that for them. Must be wonderful to take a bit of a load off when your body is so big and so heavy. It must be really nice to just, swim around a little bit. Give those tired legs a nice rest.
Celles qui sont parties, c'est celles qui avaient les petits cours. On a vu, on traversait la route là, il y avait la chaîne métal. Et puis là, il faut que les petites elles soient côté, tranquillement. Là, il faut presser pour être plus fort, là, il faut presser ici. On peut aller on est encore avec les petits. Si tu vois les petits bars, c'est le choix. Là, les sauts, on dit, mais les plus intéressés par les guides, toujours, c'est ça. Si, mais c'est une joie. C'est comme un chameau, quoi. Voilà, elle regarde, elle voit. Ça me fait pas rire. C'est super belle.
The bird on the surface of the water, kind of behind the ellies there, is a little grebe. Tiny little water bird. Obviously also managing to eke out an existence in this oasis. And there's two of them, possibly even a pair. Thanks very much for the kind words, Amanda. Lovely to have you on board this afternoon. And in the next couple of minutes we will be wrapping up the Live at the Waterhole show for the afternoon. But as always, we will be back tomorrow with another in-depth look at a couple of beautiful landscapes and some pretty diverse species. So, if you're about, definitely tune in and join us again. It promises to be an exciting one. Truth be told, it always is. And that's the beauty of these sort of remote cameras. We can kind of swap between these locations with relative ease and get a great cross-section at some pretty phenomenal African diversity. And what a nice way to wrap the afternoon up indeed. From this very tranquil scene at Okakoyo.
le nez et la lèvre supérieure, on a tout à faire. Il doit garder, puis c'est pas facile. Il va avoir sa demande, et puis il va vite à notre bouche et il va la péter. Il va apprendre que quand il va très vite, il y a plus d'eau, il va
Il arrive à se mettre. Mais il a quand même progressé.
But anyway, from myself, Liam Burrow, and our entire WildEarth team, a special thanks to Tsulu behind the scenes in Rivonia in Johannesburg. He's been directing us this afternoon. It's been a massive pleasure. We hope you've enjoyed the program, and we hope to have you on board again tomorrow for another show. So wherever you are, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again, and we'll chat to you soon.
Tu vois, il ne voit pas, ça veut dire qu'il fait comme ça en étude, sinon il y aurait déjà des soucis. Ou alors quand ils sont vraiment forts, quand ça va, ça marche pas, il a fond, il se met sur les genoux à l'avant, et il met sa bouche dans l'eau. Comme ça, il donne la trempe, il la met sur sa tête, ça fait oui.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.